There we go. That's up. That's up. That's up. And I'm good. Alright. Hello everyone to what might end up being a mistake on my part, but I want to do this. AKA, completing the rest of the final case today. But in all seriousness, welcome back to the finale, I guess, this time, of Ace Attorney Trilogy. Trials and Tribulations specifically this time. So yeah, I'm going to be trying to finish the game today, because tomorrow I don't know if I want to stream, because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 will be coming out, and kind of want to spend my whole day playing that. So yeah. But, in exchange, I'm going to try and beat this entire case today. Is that a good idea? Probably not. But am I going to do it? Absolutely. So, let's go ahead and just continue. Right here. Still playing as Edgeworth, and we're going to the second part of the first day of trial.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are two things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
Alright, I'll help you any way I can.
First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims you have met and talked to you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple.
Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Now's not the time for this! Now's not the time!
Iris.
I can't tell you about that yet.
Yet?
Not until her safety is confirmed.
Her?
The safety of the Acolyte.
The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Shoot. We don't have time for you to have psych locks, or as Edgeworth puts it, psycho locks. Iris, look at me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Duznum?
No matter what, who or what may come, I can never take a life.
As I thought, no psycho locks. But there is an Amber Alert. In a place I don't even know about. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. Alrighty. Hello again, Francisca. Court will now reconvene. There's one comma. Where's the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained?
He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
Gee, I wonder who that could be.
I can only presume with that. Anyway, it's time to track this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court.
Lawrence Duznum, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today.
He didn't even say anything!
Your sketch is in contempt of this court.
Hey, I was just an artistically ready.
You tried to run away from the bailiff who's trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a flesh and iron straying out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, you used the technical term for the color viridian.
Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it?
I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields? I presume he wants to say field work, I hope.
That's it. Thanks, buddy.
It's kinda sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model.
Preparing?
So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ah! Ah!
Ah! Why is he getting hit? Stop your... Why did the judge get hit? Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Kummer. Cross-whipping is not as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify, now.
This is too much for me.
This Ray's gonna get whipped during the middle of his testimony, I swear.
I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up to the stars at night. I looked at the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. Why you... I didn't see anyone at that bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgy?
Don't trick me into this. Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? Why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation?
That's right, you weren't. Miss Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized that for himself. Just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touch me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time.
Very well then. Alright.
Edgeworth?
Whatever's the matter, Miss Edgeworth?
This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness? Any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip.
Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. A rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even as the stars could be seen, it's not like I was there to look at them, alright?
This is going to be a long testimony, now isn't it? See, you can do it if you try. There is only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. Edward presses his statement and just has an existential crisis.
Hold it!
A number of times. How many?
Maybe 5 times. I want once every 20 minutes.
Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night?
You bet it, right? Real love is about weighing with your heart in your hands.
Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to a small shack. Using this blackmail letter... Blackmail?
Oh no, that was simply
You huffy puffy loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering whining wuss of a witness. So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy puffy loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering whiny wuss of a witness, eh?
Well, you see...
Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. Why did you stutter? Larry, you really didn't see it.
Hey, no need to hate your desk, I ain't near you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile.
Larry, say snowmobile for me, please.
Snowmobile?
If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest?
Shut up! What is this? I don't know, don't ask me.
Seems I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone.
Actually, I know for a fact that's wrong. Because I got nothing to do with this. I'm just here to buy some bread and pay, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now.
It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Miss Edgeworth. Indeed. Seems I was going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along.
I didn't see anyone at the bridge. You sure about that? I could have sworn you ran into... Oh, I don't know. Me?
Objection!
Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But haven't realized just how much of a nuisance you've been? That could be considered a step in the right direction.
Gee, are you trying to console me?
It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
You're only pinning this on me.
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts.
That's right, me in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change.
What do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self, but for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you.
Gee, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well.
I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder?
What I saw, part 2. I was in the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire?
It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. Totally burnt out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall.
What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Yes. Now, Miss Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
I'm actually surprised that Francisca hadn't heard about what happened to Phoenix. I mean, to a degree she cares about him. Maybe not in the sense of actually, like, caring about his well-being, but she cares to the extent of wanting to know how he's doing.
Hold it!
I don't know.
What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half?
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited, dare I even ask?
I set the meeting time as 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early.
Oh, you're talking about the blackmail letter, aren't you?
Yeah, 10.
Salutation here. Well, it appears she didn't come at all, in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they?
Shut up, don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. I didn't see anything particularly suspicious.
I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
Hold it!
This light was, of course,
Lightning! She's like, wow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Ah!
or a little like that.
That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Oh, I was a bit startled by the flashlights, though.
Hold it!
Alright. Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my heart.
And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge?
I mean, when we got there, he was literally just staring at it, smiling, not even acting as if it was on fire, and...
I don't understand, Larry.
Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness. There's still some thunder. Is this true? Yeah, I can see it.
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
Lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on. Well, pretty much stopped snow and I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I'd recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire as a kid. It's making school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him a little more? Why didn't you call anyone? Shouldn't you, like... Why didn't you call? Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's this your face?
Why didn't you call for anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, right?
Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Oh, yeah, okay, my reason. It isn't that I didn't try till I wanted, just didn't have time to, okay?
Huh? I arrived at the bridge, and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright?
Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this. Then Nick came up and yelling about murder. So it made me forget about the bridge. Fire's pretty much out by then anyway.
What's this feeling? I suddenly have a very terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. More or less.
You told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling the whole truth. Let me press you on this, Sander, then. I want to hear... Why did you go? So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so?
Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out.
If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I would like to hear your reasoning.
In which case, please give us testimony to that effect, witness. Reasoning? Okay, reasoning. It is,
I thought I'd never get a chance to see something so big burning.
Hold it!
So you decided to go and see what was happening.
That's right. We're talking about Mass Suspension Bridge burning to high heaven. Oh, it's something you see every day. Real like, really special.
Can we really trust a witness who is unable to pronounce spectacle?
Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Oh, my motto is hit life back as hard as I can.
I'll give you a few hits too, if you'd like, with my whip. You told me about the burning bridge yesterday. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a light flash. Let me bring back out the statement about Phoenix. Why didn't you call anyone? Bring me back this statement. As far as I can tell, there was nothing else big burning, so... I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Edgeworth, what did he say again? You kind of arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright? Yeah. That doesn't entirely... I don't know. It could be true, but at the same time, when we were playing as Phoenix and Phoenix got there, it honestly, to me, just seemed like he was just staring at it. Like Larry was just staring at it. Better tell someone about this, but Nick came up yelling about murder. Totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire's pretty much out by then anyway. The fire was out? What? Nick showed up a minute later. I don't think his time is... Wait, something doesn't add up here, I don't think. Is it possible?
Objection!
Something doesn't fit. It would have still been burning. Your very existence is a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. Hey, Reggie. You make me sound like I'm some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on a bicycle. How long does it take to catch up with him? I'm terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is that correct? Yeah, well, this is about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge. I mean, you probably got there around 11 p.m. That sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his fallen act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Oh, yeah. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Oh, excuse me. I have an objection. You do? Reggie, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Larry's dude. It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. Do we not have an autopsy? Don't we have an autopsy report? From 10 to 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there's still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here that in the weather data report, it took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m.
Which means that what exactly?
Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. But Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during this missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleepy after all. Pinch me. Order.
So there's a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright.
So what was going on during those 15 minutes is what I want to know.
I don't really see that as much of a problem.
A lot can happen at 15 minutes, you know. Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to you. Why, then, did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
Don't tell me. A part of me wonders, was he just trying to paint it?
And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like.
Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy? I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us the whole time.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes.
I may really say it this time.
Then say it.
Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this too, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for the 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness?
The missing 15 minutes. I'm gonna do something. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up in a frenzy of art. The shock and all that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. When I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. I knew it. You were painting.
I suppose artists can be strange folk.
That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sounds of it.
Miss Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts?
Not so, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy. Alright. Larry. What I want to see is this art. Let me see it.
Tell us, Larry.
My name is Louise, get it right. Mistakes like that are what keeps you from being popular with the ladies like I am.
Just who is that to call you?
I'm Louise Newsom, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case.
And you are an artist?
Of course, I'm an artist, a real thing. Yet again, that is what he calls himself.
Names mean nothing.
There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? It's a very big issue indeed. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick. Alright. Apologies for that.
Hold it!
mean? The burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What? Came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, don't you, Edgy? You regret this. This sketch might.
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Miss Edgeworth.
What should I do? I have a terrible feeling that the instant the sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Well, it's the only thing I've got a lead on. Let me look at it. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please.
Oh, well. Even I can't imagine it turned out like this.
Imagine what?
Larry's Doosum debut would take place here today like this.
Show it now!
Okay, but steel yourselves. Yes.
Huh? Nice artistic skills, but anyways. There's a very obvious concern here, which is flying lady.
Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma.
Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Is this going to get ugly? No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry?
What?
The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate looking figure?
Yeah, it's not that. I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
Cyrus, of course. Huh? Cyrus, of course, Cyrus. I wish she'd take care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry. Larry, please answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist.
You.
Hi! The girl, she's really high up in this picture. What was that for?
This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyways, no court law will ever acknowledge that people could fly.
Actually, there is some precedent for this.
She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Miss Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What? Me?
This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth.
Let's get back on the cross-examination by force if necessary. Miss Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I got another reason to remember this moron.
Oh, what do you think of my debut piece?
Get the thing away from me.
Horrible sketch of what Lee saw that night.
Now, hurry up and cross-examine him.
Oh, hey, here we go. I'm first gonna press you on it because I want to hear.
Hold it!
Just where did you see the sight from?
Hey, what do you shout? I was lying in bed in a rundown shack. The crack of the lightning bolt made me realize that bridge was burning. I was watching for a while from there, thinking about how nicely it was burning. After about 5 minutes, I saw it.
The defendant flying.
That's right. That's when I decided to go to bridge.
I see, that all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself.
Yes, the sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. She wouldn't have had it. There is no hood. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible.
Whoops.
That's true, exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1, that's the truth.
If that's truly the case, then there's one thing we can say for certain.
What might that be?
That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand.
A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement, and by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw wearing the hood, correct?
Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. This is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. Hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling Hood.
It seems there are bigger fools in this cult world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight.
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why didn't Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Yeah, gee. What's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, you Nick, you dog.
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage.
What is it now, witness?
Feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Gee, today's the day I get to completely stupefy here.
What?
What's the meaning of your outburst, witness?
I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive evidence?
Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Loris Dunoom, shall prove it.
I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once more. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. Proof that Iris flew.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. So that led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere.
The staff sphere! And it's got blood on it. Well, well, well.
Half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris is wearing a spare hood. After all, no one could have lost the crystal sphere that night.
A crystal sphere?
This one. Pretty, isn't it? Finders keepers.
That sphere. Where'd you find it? Okay, why was it over there? What? So the murder happened all the way over here in Hazakor Temple. But the orb of the staff was over here. The unfortunate part is this points to Iris. Why does it point to Iris? Because
The only person who went from Hazakura Temple to here that I can think of at the moment was Iris. And the staff didn't have its orb in it. It's over here now. But this also leads to something even more interesting. Larry might be right. I don't know how, but Larry somehow might be right that maybe she flew. If that's the case, then I don't know. I can deal with the spirit stuff in here, but I don't think the spirits allow you to fly. And it was half buried in the snow.
I had pretty much stopped snowing by then. There was still some falling as I'd walked to the bridge.
The call accepts this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward.
There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood.
What? Blood?
You ready, Haji? By tomorrow morning I'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Don't be able to push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Maurice Dusnam only a few minutes ago? Alright, let's just get it out of the bag. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but... yeah. Larry, that night, there was someone. Someone who lost the crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who was a stupid idiot?
It's Elise Dusnam, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere.
Hey, that's my photograph. Can I give it back? Up!
A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime.
Ah, a crystal sphere. It's gone. Just what does this mean?
If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris, after all. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal spheres found out at this landing site was not hers either.
That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Deuce. No.
A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected.
You can't do that. You saw it with my own eyes.
And this crystal sphere, that is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought and I'm sure you'll realize that it is well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dusnam was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. The blood. Miss Francisca von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. You expect us to believe that it has nothing to do with the case? That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw out the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason he drew that ridiculous sketch.
Huh? You mean I'm the killer? Oh,
All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe that this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dusnam left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely.
Your response, Miss Edgeworth?
Wait. The tracks. It could be the tracks.
I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have nothing but been nothing but more than a monumental waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that a crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? I think I can. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to the solving this case.
You will do what?
That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I am in severe mental pain.
I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
I would say it's the tracks, wouldn't it?
Take that!
I'm in severe pain.
You know, maybe I should consider saving a bit closer. Wrong button. But I have to be able to prove it. The proof that it was dropped before. Wait. Well, it wouldn't be this. We already saw that. Drop before the murder. Wait. If...
Take that!
Ha ha ha.
Would it just be the blood on it? This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow had totally covered it.
That's all I need to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear.
What?
That when the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing. Even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing. On the other hand, let's look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body.
Ah.
Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What?
Order, order, order!
On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose.
What could have happened?
This sphere, there's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this juncture. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
Yeah.
The murder didn't take place it's in Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in Hazakura's temple's courtyard.
That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing.
No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed. Thus, there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Lady Dewsom's body was found in Hazakura Temple.
On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple.
You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
I've made this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple.
Here we are. I think it's this. On that snowy night, there's one way that body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body.
Order!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim Lise Dusdom really killed? If her body was moved, or whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature can never see the truth, let alone describe it.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he could never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he was enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Thank you.
That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me.
There was one reason, and one alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I would have had what friends I had.
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally ground you under my heel.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You're an affront to all the legal system stands for. I demand satisfaction.
He's dead. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for these questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed.
I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright.
Court is now adjourned. Alright, time to get back to Phoenix, hopefully. Thanks for the help, Edgeworth. We probably would have had a very short case if you hadn't been here. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? Thanks, Edgeworth. Mild Burton Attorney's badge. Present from Maya. Someone is being very loud outside. Iris's hood. Seems nothing else has any new. An old friend, said to be the #1 in the defense attorney's office, studies foreign judicial systems. Wait. Yeah, studies for foreign judicial systems now. Good for you, Edgy. I need to get comfy. Alright, sorry. Hey. Right, are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face.
Well, maybe Viridian and artist speak.
Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit.
How's your temperature now?
Only 102 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. But not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shito did not deliver the deadly blow. Hi, SCT, how's it going? Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh?
Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll take up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat.
Front-facing Edgeworth again. Yeah.
Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's background, naturally.
You mean Iris, sir?
I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is to get confirmation, one way or the other.
Who is driving out loudly up front?
And since I probably won't be getting that from you...
Gumshoe will probably be resorting to eating his coat with his salary. Probably, honestly.
I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care.
See you, Edgy.
Guess I should get moving too.
Why? Do you need to be somewhere?
Yeah, I've gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across the other side.
That's right! Mike's still stuck over there in the inner temple, and we still haven't found Pearl!
Don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, Sir Gumshoe.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours.
Still, yeah.
The only thing I can think of, if we haven't seen Pearl yet, the only thing I can think of at the moment that she might be is for some reason over in the inner temple with Maya. But even then, I don't know why that would be the case. But that's the only thing I can think of with the fact that no one's seen her. I feel like it'd be pretty easy to find her otherwise.
but there's been zero sighting.
Alright, I'm off.
But yeah, it's the only thing I can think of. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Ay, ay, ay. It looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there. But I can't see the Iron Temple from here. Phoenix did not get that. But I can't see the Iron Temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. And there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. My question is, why do you have the... I mean, yes, I understand having the phone out here, but why is this the only phone, and why is it right next to the bridge of all places? Wouldn't you think the phone would need to be, like... Wouldn't you think the phone would want to be closer to, like, I don't know... the temple? I don't know. I mean, sure, it's helpful for reporting if anything happens at the bridge, but... Shouldn't there still be a phone at the temple? Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened in here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Really? Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. That's right. There's no path going off on a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Anything else? Does not appear, though. Field should also be on the other side of the bridge, at least then they could call for help. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, especially considering the condition of this bridge. Really, the moral of the story is, why are there not more phones in an area like this that is very much in need of it, considering the amount of dangers that could happen? Let me see Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Maurice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Ugh, I gotta think of a kittens. Looks like that. Look at this graffiti. Scrolled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art. Sort of. The snow has really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part. Kittens. Basically, I think it's just like, I need to think of something nice to get rid of any bad mental images. The sign says Heavenly Hall. Guess it's pretty fitting if you spend a night in this little freezing shack. You'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. AKA, apparently somehow I'm guessing Larry has some kind of immortality ability or some sorts. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out the rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. And they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. These steps lead up to the foot of the bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. And that appears to be it here. Main gate. Come on, please, it's for art. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the hero in here. The hero in my book will make you famous. Why is Francisca here as well? Enough. A fool's fool who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a sec. I know you. You're, Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's fried like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name.
Pansy, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told.
Whip a dead horse. Is Isn't that one of your American sayings?
Say that 3 times fast, fools.
No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything.
Come on, Nick. Tell her, won't you? Tell her she needs a model for my new picture book, Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip.
Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony.
And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw.
You saw Larry, the thing that's confusing is what you saw was a person flying across a burning bridge. I still don't understand how this one happens. I can deal with all the spirit stuff happening in this game, but I don't think it's ever been established that spirits allow you to fly. Still, though, there has to be some explanation as to why he drew this. The way with a woman and or someone flying. Just why, though?
She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear.
What are you talking about?
I don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize.
Off he goes. I'm stuck with you now.
It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year.
Looks like one of those nuns with the headdresses. Larry says that it was actually one of them. In fact, he says it was Iris, which, again, makes sense. But, at the moment, the current, the current information we have suggests that the one who actually flew is the person who's dead, Elise. Which, man, I don't even know at this point. But first things first, before we even decide who flew, we gotta decide how exactly did Larry see someone flying to begin with. I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime.
Huh, still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you would never defeat me.
Sorry I burst your bubble, but I don't recall you ever losing to you.
It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown.
It was like she mentally blocked out my victories over her, or from her memory. This is one impressive gate.
Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate, it's but a pet door.
It looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think?
All that snow? Don't make me laugh.
This is but a light dusting where I come from. Don't make things up just because you think I'll never get to see for myself. You can see the main hall from here.
I wonder how the head nun is holding up.
Oh wow, is that an inkling of human kindness I sense?
Ow! You enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours. It's nothing compared to that pain that you cause with the leathery whip of yours.
It's quite a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. Have you been in Germany all this time?
That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally.
Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met?
I'm Francisco Von Karma, the prodigy.
I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge.
Francisco was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he is gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father.
Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear?
Yes, Crystal.
In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense.
Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well.
Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you.
Because it does.
And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better.
It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute.
Ah! No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such foolish favor for such a foolish fool.
Edgeworth?
Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you.
It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know?
I went over the whole case file on the flight over.
Read the whole thing?
Yes, every last word of every last sentence and of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting to read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across.
A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks.
Gumshoe said that he'd let me know when the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Hello at the main hall. Hello? That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini.
My, I didn't know you were here. How you doing?
You don't have to pretend to be in good mood for my sake.
I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well.
Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it.
And there's acolytes stuck in the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl's gone missing too.
That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident.
Pearls! She's missing! Why didn't anyone tell me about this?
I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Find Pearl passed out in the river. I don't think she'd be in the river. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? Ooh, that was weird.
You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. No, I would never lie.
Phoenix didn't know. I guess not. No one told him, to be fair, he said, so... And he was kind of out cold for it, considering the whole, you know, falling into very dangerous water.
I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night.
Still, that doesn't exactly mean she's the murderer. It could just mean that she was trying to take the sword out for some reason. Some people might think maybe she wasn't thinking and thought, oh, hey, I have to get this dangerous weapon out of a person. I don't know. But just because you saw her pulling the sword out of her body doesn't mean she was for fact a killer.
I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning.
I don't see any psych locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know that artist who testified after me?
I saw Iris fly, her white hood fluttering. I feel like I might start flying myself. Why am I talking like this?
When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd just acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
No. You are not as bad as Larry, trust me. No one gets as bad as Larry when it comes to testimony. You are nothing close. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble. And nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, things can only mean... that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Meaning, Bikini didn't see... Iris wasn't actually the one who killed, and Bikini saw her not be the killer, or just saw something that would make her think she's the killer. And Larry saw something that made him think, oh, a person's flying. I don't exactly know what. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think, what could he have seen that would make anyone think? Why? Did Maya get possessed immediately after the author died? We don't know. We don't know how Maya's doing yet. We still have to wait for the bridge to get repaired. Gumshoe's working on the bridge and says he probably should get to us. That will be the first person to know when the bridge is fixed so we can go check on Maya. But we need Maya's testimony if we're going to really get anything further done with this case, I feel. All we know is that Maya, in terms of what Maya should have been doing, she should have at least been in the inner temple. And that's where she should still be. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct?
That's right. I'm sure it was Iris.
But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night.
Because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I need more things before I can think about what I'm thinking. Maybe it was us going over the bridge. We had been gifted the headdress right after it. The thing is, Larry was actually, like... It sounds as though the picture that Larry drew was before Nick, or before Phoenix actually crossed. And we also saw that, well, Larry was trying to reach for us, or was just looking over the cliff when Phoenix fell, so... Yes, we did have the headdress, but... I don't think Larry was just immediately after watching his great friend fall off a bridge and potentially die. I don't think Larry just went, oh, I'm just gonna write this down. I understand Larry is Larry, but I don't even think Larry's that bad.
I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter's especially bad.
I'll bet. The training hole looks like it's about to fall down any second.
Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels a training hole.
We gotta get Maya out of there fast.
But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island? How so?
Well, the only thing that on the other side of that bridge is Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river of a forest.
Let's see.
So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there.
That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer with no way of escape either.
Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does.
Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something.
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dusenham.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter.
No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Miss Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There. You did it again. Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Dusenham as Mystic Elise.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know.
How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Bingo.
This is a big one!
It seems Miss Elise Dusenham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dusenham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together.
Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad. It's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Dusenham on the night of the murder, remember?
Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I hadn't seen the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner.
The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it?
According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either.
Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. Before I talk to you more on that, let me look at the crime scene once more. Was this... Wait, there's like a weird little black spot in the snow. Was this here before? This is where his sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so... Maybe there's some clues that have to be found. What's this? Oh, guess not. Looks weird, though. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled? Now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible Miss Duzna was pushed from the top of the wall? The Shishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that wasn't a murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Duznam's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but... what was it doing all the way out there? There are a few of those stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must like them now, since Iris can't be here. Anything else? It doesn't appear like there is. Hey!
What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell?
This is where you been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Tell me it's done!
How'd you fish with
The bridge? Yeah, I did it. Told you I'd let you know.
Well, I'll come along with you and...
Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access restricted to people involved in the case.
What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You can't get much more involved than me.
Well, yeah, but that's not...
You are letting me across and I don't care, Von Karma.
It's been a while, Scruffy.
It's... Miss Von Karma!
Sister, please, leave the investigation to me.
Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control.
I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know! Silence! I, Franziska Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation? You good? So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Oh gosh, my partner. My partner is Von Karma. It's a stack of straw Zabuton cushions. Maya told me this type of Zabuton is called Enza. I suppose if I'd never come here, I'd have missed out on all these new things. It's an altar, it looks a bit old. Speaking of, it's Korean village, yeah. Laughably large. Wait, whoa. Oh. I thought it was, like, out of charge. It looks like it's all the same dialogue. Sabachi brazier puts at your feet. Alright. I'm surprised that Von Karma, of all people, is allowing us. Yay! Thank you, Gumshoe. Hi. Admittedly, I am partially worried about getting across this bridge, because I do not know what to expect. Alright. February 9th, Inner Temple Gates. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation.
Mr. Nick!
That voice!
Pearl! Pearls! Mr. Nick! Nick!
Thank you.
Hi, so you were here. Ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone. Where's Maya? It must have been very trying for you, little girl.
I'm Francisco von Karma, the prodigy.
There's no need for you to worry now that I'm here.
You're the prosecutor who so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you.
I don't like you.
You're nothing but a little girl without your wit. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Looks like Pearl's words are getting under the skin.
Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything.
You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls,
Aren't you with Maya?
where's Maya?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? What? Maya? What is happening? Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow!
That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable.
What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Yeah, someone's used the incinerator. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue we having concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty.
How naive of you, Phoenix Wright.
But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisco von Karma? I seem to remember... there was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. Someone got rid of something. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently.
Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name.
I was only copying you. Look at all the Boost statues lined up on this path.
Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings a head nun has?
Why don't you ask her the next time you see her?
You know what? I think I will.
And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs.
Phoenix Wright.
What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that?
Was this once a prosperous port?
Why do you say that? A port?
Yes, that little hook there is a mooring post for boats, you know.
Why is that there? Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one's probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way that there was ever a port all the way up here.
Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything!
You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it?
I would say that's about 20 yards.
I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh?
Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder.
That is true.
A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright?
The only one that could is if that flying was true. If, like, the flying that happened was actually, like, what was the whole deal with flying? The sign says Inner Temple.
I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me.
Actually, I can't read it either.
Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright.
She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something.
This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder.
Yeah, there's a solitary room there called the Training Hall.
You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Ow! You're completely out of shape.
I don't know how much more of this woman I can take! There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though.
Come on now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it?
But it says no entry.
Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever?
It's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? Alright, let's see it. Maya? What the heck happened here? First of all, what in the world happened to the the Misty Fey poster? But more importantly, why is there a realistic psych lock on the door? What? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training.
Yet it appears you should know where to be found.
What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving me some strange vibes. What are those wafer-thin mattresses?
I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin?
Yeah, you know, thin, like a wafer. In, or other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these at mattresses. I guess you must say wafer thick or some back in Germany.
What about these mattresses? Certainly not.
It's an antique dresser.
Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. Maya's potentially in trouble.
What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes.
I thought we weren't opening it.
I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl.
What do you think of this yellowish posters, Phoenix Wright?
It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually...
A woman? I don't see any woman here.
There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. Gravy?
What's the matter?
This scroll, it's completely covered in gravy.
Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see.
No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Huh? Why? Alright. Now let's get to the elephant in the room. The psych lock. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it.
Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before.
I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secret during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern.
What took you so long?
Hi! What took you so long? I thought even you managed to get here faster than this tracks. Prosecutor Gatto! I didn't know you were here. Where have you been?
Prosecutor?
How come you didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask the same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding.
Enough. I believe I have a measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trites? This woman is Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who you think you are? This case is mine.
Hey, Billy. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whipping Bird. Go home.
Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for?
You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Gato today. He's very hostile. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Crime channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn in the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Alright, Gato, you're being strange. Why didn't you show? You had some important business and that's why you were in court, huh? So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
So you mean that mask you wear is...
This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unalive friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face.
I didn't know that.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing.
I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How's that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me.
Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Gato is killed.
It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite?
Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly?
The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said too.
And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
And that's where the worry arrives. Where's Maya then? Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and...
I won't say it again. The chance of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One? Where's that?
The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that search bar has yet to explore.
So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best.
No!
Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya to Faye to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there and with a search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you.
Because of me?
And do you know who that was?
It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murder was caught. But that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing right. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. Haven't sent Maya to her death. No.
what is this peculiar looking lock? And why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock would, well, let's say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key?
Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
What in the world? Why is there a realistic Magatama lock? Or realistic Psych lock or whatever? There's no keyhole.
That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
Then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
What? Iris.
An acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern. The attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, Night of the Murder was no exception. Maya Fey was the train in here.
Sister Bikini did mention a number of times, now I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training.
So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I'll arrange for her to be brought here now.
Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out.
So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait, Gato. How sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place where she could be. You better stop praying. You better pray to that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon.
Edgeworth?
Listen up, Trites. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It's like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. It's all because of Mia's death, and he thinks it's all my fault, even though Hello? Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh.
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain is driving me nuts.
Something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir.
It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my wit. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind?
How do you know, pal?
Perhaps you're trying to decide if you want to wash that off or not.
How'd you know that, sir? Oh yeah, I forgot. You're gonna go through that little gate there, okay?
You mean the one that says no entry on it? Gato being immature. Don't mess with it. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot to Gato that I don't understand.
Kinda already snuck in there.
Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind this, Scruffy?
Huh? Kind of a garden-like garden.
Garden?
Yeah. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. Got me?
Isn't it normally the other way around?
Well, see you later.
Bye.
So, shall we adjourn this to this garden, Phoenix Wright?
Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Alright, let's see this garden. There is a whole lot of questions here all of a sudden. Why is there blood? Why is there blood that forms Maya's name like upside down, sideways, or whatever? What is this red thing in snow? Oh, it looks like this thing was on because the snow around it is melted. What happened here?
There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's with that strange writing on the stone lantern?
What are you doing here, sir? I thought you said you couldn't come in here.
Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there's plenty of clues to be found here.
But...
Yeah, Gumshoe, sorry, but now I need to... Why is it upside down? That's a great question. There's a charm or something poking out of the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Hey, wait a minute! Yeah, that's the same mark as the Fey Master or whatever.
apparently it belongs to the victim.
Bingo. I know what. Then I think I know for a fact who this is. That ain't just some random old lady. That's quite the master of channeling, I'd say.
Zimmerstill's Dusnum?
Yeah, there's a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord, found on both the victim and on this charm, match exactly.
Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Crane Master's Talisman. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains.
Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recently are we talking?
As recent as the night of the murder.
Mine was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue.
It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl doing here?
Oh, I know this one's, warble, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken.
That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case.
Well, I doused my face earlier in the wearing this. I was getting kind of sleepy.
Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it?
What the heck is that?
Uh-oh. You spotted, huh, pal?
Are you kidding me? Couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya.
Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood.
You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally.
Yes, it appears as though someone has been carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy?
No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start investigation.
If it wasn't the police, then who did it?
Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone I got it.
Understood.
Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed I picked up my mouth guard and carried it all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it.
I knew it was coming. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Poor Gumshoe. There's a broom here, but you can't examine it. Why not? Alright, Gum. So how's the inner temple investigation going?
We have the best forensic team in the world working in the place.
Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study?
Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle.
Well, that's kind of a lie because of gravy, but whatever.
That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that?
Oh. Well, there were a couple things that bothered me when I first got here, but sir.
A stone lantern, the surrounding area that's not covered in snow. Correct?
They look kind of fishy to me, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys and looked them over. Results were... it's kind of hard to say, actually.
I guess I better look into it myself. About Maya.
Mr. God tell you yet?
Yes, we heard.
He's got a search party out looking for her. There's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's a scoring iris, the defendant over here.
We'll have to wait, since she is the one who can open the door to the sacred cavern.
Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal.
Huh? I wonder what it is.
Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning.
Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters were written in blood?
Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood.
Considering I think I know who it is, there might be an actual reason to it. Huh? This is Miss Doosum's blood.
We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal.
Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down.
You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. Result of my own special gumshoe investigation.
Really? Do tell.
Well, the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down.
Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Doosnum wrote these letters herself, in her own blood.
You must be joking. That's impossible.
From the writing in the victim's blood and the clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Doosum's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal.
What? So Elise Doosum was killed here?
However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now.
Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was...
Well,
what was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, then what did she see?
what do you think? This one,
Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer, no?
Wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the art clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right?
Sorry, that's not an option, pal.
Why not?
How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge has been completely burned out.
I was overseeing repairs to the bridge all the time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal.
I can't think of a counter-argument to that.
Knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here.
This really was the scene of the crime. I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I need to see something as well. Why was the bridge burned in the first place? According to what we know, it was just a fluke strike of lightning, just a bad lightning strike. So, all right. I want to see something. I just might be able to... Oh,
It seems you have a visitor.
hey! Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you.
Gado managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again.
Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you was locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right? Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys.
Sorry, right? But I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my Faye is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya! Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya's rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off-limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
In that case, it's time to get the I think...
This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention?
She's right. Thanks for reminding me. You. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk since I last saw her.
Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini?
Hello, you two. How are you two doing?
From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down.
Iris just here, and you know, she was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince.
Is she talking about Edward?
It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear. It's all my fault that this happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her?
Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain.
Well, don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes! You did great, Sister Bikini.
Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who've said that to me.
I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew.
Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright?
Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something, because it's time to break the psych locks first. You're interfering now, Edgeworth. Yeah, Edgeworth is... I don't know, Edgeworth is kind of just allowed anywhere. Anyways, let's unmask the true identity. Elise Duznam. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Duznam had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity.
What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystically was just an author of a picture books.
To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her.
Suspicions?
Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Duznam's true identity. It's not the gravy. Ah. That's right. Miss Duznam had this charm with her at all times.
Yeah, where'd you...
This isn't some cheap good luck charm either.
Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean?
It's a talisman, is it? Interesting.
Oops.
This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Duznam really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Duznam's true identity. The painting is obscured by the gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the master of Kurain.
Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
The new master, Maya Fey, told me.
What? You mean that Alkali is Misty Fey?
His daughter? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor.
Mystic Misty!
Misty Fey.
Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
What is the significance of this talisman, sister?
The Karine talisman. It's a symbol of the Master of Karine.
She was her mother. Yep, it was Mystic. Elise was instead actually just Misty Fey.
The bearer must carry it with them always until their death.
Until their death?
So Elise Dusnam was Maya's mother, huh?
She was Misty Fey, the master of the Karine channeling technique.
The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did you choose to show us off now?
Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well... Earthquake!
What's that happening? It can't be.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! It's kind of tremor, right?
The inner temple.
The sacred cavern and training hall might very well cave in!
What? Maya! Yeah. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? Inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Rahini, we'll finish this later, alright?
Of course. You run along now. You may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready.
Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright.
You look worried. What are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth?
Come on, let's go. We've got to hurry to enter temple and... Right! What are you doing here? How could I...
How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting wet?
She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Wait, you're not... Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? What is going on?
So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edward's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes.
I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out.
That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it?
That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple is a dead end. So she could have only escaped this side.
We haven't seen her.
Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom.
Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross...
No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth.
What are you talking about?
Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of an earthquake.
And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation?
Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right? Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us could have ever expected.
Why is there... How can there be... Even more locks. What is the meaning of this? What did you do? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? What is happening? Why is there now more locks? Gotta figure out how to get all of these locks off, but how? How do you break the lock of something that's not even living? Right, is this what Gato was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came in here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks?
Yes.
If only I was stronger! Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're wanting to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. There's no telling what sorts of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of a garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we must part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but...
But what?
When I saw these chains here... I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks.
I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. I think the middle lock, for sure, is the one that Iris set. As to the others, I don't know. But now, somehow there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of those locks, the first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any other way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But...
It would take time, won't it?
Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
A whole day?
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place.
Will you do this for us?
Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
We've got to wait another day. Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Phoenix Wright?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in the room at your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen at the same that same evening at the inner temple. And then, You were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you, Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well... Don't you dare open it. At this point, I don't know if I should recheck everything, simply because... There's 5. Well, let me see something. What's the first question here, Miss Iris? I think it's about time you told the truth of what you were doing that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini.
Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an alkali with her training in our temple, but... Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help with the alkali and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Arclight's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but line just doesn't suit you. Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Yeah. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright.
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, that's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen at 2 different places at the same time. Which means, there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
That's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. That's impossible.
Impossible? I wonder. Very interesting. This creates a very interesting scenario, then, if what I'm thinking is happening. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? And show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me.
Nope, not that. There's more than one of you.
Let me try exploring a little bit more. They being real, yeah. And I might have an idea as to how that can actually happen. But I want to examine everywhere else first. One more time. Still looking. Hi! Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time.
What? I've done that!
Wow, can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth.
Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright?
What do I want?
If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away!
I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris.
Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminding of something terrible.
You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh?
There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why.
You mean because of the writing in the blood and talisman in the snow?
Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder.
But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you?
We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right?
So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes?
No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath.
17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Andrew found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit that courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally solved 2 years ago, right?
You think I don't know that? I was there.
But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Ryan. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more You're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity. Got it? There's something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I feel like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I feel like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. Why are we talking about DL6? We already know this. I think that's simply because for people who may have just jumped straight into Trials and Tribulation, like, let's say someone never played the first game for some reason, didn't go in the trilogy in the right order, they kind of just give that little background check for what, like, kind of who Edgeworth is. It's more so for people who just jump straight into the third game for some reason. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public.
What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle this case solves. Let's solve this case.
The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with the Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated. I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Can I do that right now? I don't even know if I can do that right now. finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should be trying to gather more clues from Scissor Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Let's start finding people. It's weird that no one's around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all alone. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check out this shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Larry?
Oh! Mr. Nick!
Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mr. Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing, Nick?
Larry?
This is a loser's shack. The losers get to get...
Don't you dare compare Pearl yourself. This is the what?
Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Luis did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Stay out of our way.
I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
I don't believe the word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You're a good guy, okay? He only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. Can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciate it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Luis...
Larry's a horrible influence. Very.
Oh, you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after lightning struck. I just saw what I saw, and it was exactly like I drew in the picture.
It looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value.
Look it down in your face.
Pearls,
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dusnum's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dusnum was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Oh, for the love of... What? Pearl!
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power has disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. Spirit medium who can't channel spirits like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Wait, let go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you.
Just like I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. I need a lot more evidence, though. Alright, who else can I talk to here? Wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall. Haven't seen Gumshoe in a while either. Bet they're having a cup of tea together, but Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Come on. Oh, hi. Why are you terrified?
Well, what's the damage? What's the secret covered?
Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition.
We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes, you were telling me about how the Master of Kurein disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me that talisman to prove she was the master, she said... Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line.
What?
I'm here to put a stop to them.
Someone's trying to destroy? Someone's trying to destroy the main family line? So they were after Maya. They were specifically after Maya.
There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes a new Master Crane, and her daughter's the main family. All the Armenians become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed?
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real.
I mean, I can't say I don't because I've literally seen it with my own eyes. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mass to Mass case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I needed her the most.
Crying technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I'd kind of expect you to be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake?
It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
DL6. We always come back to it, don't we?
I'm sure a record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file.
DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago.
That's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
A murder that took place 17 years ago.
It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer.
And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother.
Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action.
But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he?
That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's power was a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished while everyone still thought of her as a fraud.
But I know the truth. Mystic Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Of course it wasn't. And since she managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The crime tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan.
Does she mean Maya?
The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood.
Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums.
because of the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly with it through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power.
The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Army. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia.
Oh yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life as a result.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition.
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. I mean, having to fight your own sibling, I don't like.
Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt.
Yeah. That's right. Mystic Faye had an elder sister, too. Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her.
Mystic Mr. Sisty is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
Yep. Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Crying Village. What she did was terrible, and I couldn't read that because I hit the wrong button. But it's probably saying something about the murder.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have realized that Iris is...
Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this?
That Iris is... Mystic...
Huh? Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. And if that's Dahlia, which it has to be... Huh. You know? Like mother, like daughter, I guess. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter?
Oops, I thought you already knew. Sound like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already.
Wait! Then that means Pearl. Pearl's sister. I have. I know her very well.
Yeah?
Wasn't expecting that. Neither was I. Yes, Pearl. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child.
You Jess, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she?
Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master.
I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not...
Okay. I know about the other 2 now, but who in God's name is number 3? Wait. Wait, what? 3?
Yes, Iris, her twin sister.
Okay, we got a problem. Everything's weird. What? Twin sister?
Oh, didn't you know? happened 20 years ago. After a clan leadership was taken by our sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. But Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her in the village, taking her twin daughters with him.
Jeez, how awful.
He was a jeweler, you know.
So, Iris might actually be innocent, but it's Dolly. Yeah. Jeez, Pete! Iris might actually be innocent then, and it's Dahlia. But where's the other twin?
He was a jeweler, you know, and he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked up after by us here at the temple.
And that's Iris. That's the one who's actually probably innocent. In that case, the one that was kept was Dahlia.
How's that?
Iris, you see.
It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can remember is our father was a jeweler.
Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh?
Yes, that's right. No doubt it's all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan.
That's why she had pearls.
It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. I was able to break free of the bars that confine her.
So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. This information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. I need... is Gumshoe over here? Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is they? I'm in...
No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channel river grind. Look, I love my job. Who cares the clues to find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Investigates, we love investigating. It's a passion. Good case we have, good case we lost along the way.
I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae.
Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal.
Huh? Who, me?
How long have you been there?
I just got here.
Oh, okay.
So what are you up to, detective?
I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Edgeworth. I promise I'll find the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon.
That barbed sword turned out to be a false lead, right? I haven't given it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up on any clues. I just found these weird scraps of papers. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though.
A letter? Actually, no, I'll talk to you first. So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? You're joking. Again, it's Ace Attorney. The weird is more normal than the normal. The weird is normal and the normal is weird.
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. They're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ.
What? You mean...
I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find my down in the Sacred Cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal.
And who said it?
Mr. Gatto.
Gatto? What did he mean by that?
What about the letter you found?
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burned up old letter.
Be careful once night falls. That should be there. As soon as you heat the light out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Burn up a letter?
Yeah, there's in that incinerator outside the Iron Temple.
Incinerator? I knew it. I knew it wasn't imagined things. So someone wrote. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder.
What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I'll have it. I don't want, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case.
Spirit mediums. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought.
Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering a crime, pal.
Gumshoe, you have no idea what you found. Be careful once nightfall should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is, she is our, the whole, here is the picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. What in the name? Gravely? Wait. No. So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, most of the Shichishito. That was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edwards proved that in court today.
Yeah, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for right now.
Yeah, man, it's a tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got some feathers of forensic in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Not the gravy, secret weapon. What's the secret weapon of yours?
You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay?
Alright.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart.
So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! Metal detector.
Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you wanna give a scientific investigation a go?
Huh? Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. It's very boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. Should I help out Detective Gumshoe? Of course I'm going to help him. Play.
Come on, pal. It's good for you, I'm telling you.
Alright then, I'll give it a go.
Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you can skydive off it.
Oh, bother.
So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right?
Sure, that's what we're trying to find out.
Right, so first, let's turn on the detector.
Oh, not this again.
The sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off the metallic stuff. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, when that happens, press enter, give it a good area, good old stare. This thing based on metallic sights, take a good look at anything and everything seems suspicious, blah blah blah.
I know how the metal detector works because I got...
Look, letter.
That's a step. God!
What's the difference? Looks like a normal L to me, pal.
Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects.
I met plenty of guys like you always picking on the smallest detail. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. Even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, the exact same thing.
No, they're not. They're completely different.
I had to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, you know. Don't you? I mean, listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a very important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal.
The last person I want advice from is this guy in front of me. Oh, I didn't mean to read. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to be representing multiple branches of life that life to take, all ending as one.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division.
You think about that kind of stuff, detective?
Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention center officer, me as the Blue Badger, I'm not a room.
There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as a Blue Badger. Oh? Oh! Looks like there's something brown buried in the ground here.
Don't touch that, pal.
Huh? What is it?
It's a trap. People sip them out to catch us detectives. Real nasty.
A trap for detectives. You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg?
Yeah, those. I had my finger caught in one of those once.
Your finger?
There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then, bam.
I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. This looks like a wallet?
Aha, that's where it's been.
Is it yours, detective?
I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it.
But you still dropped it anyway.
Yeah, but now I found it again, pal.
Your wallet is completely empty.
I'll drop it all the time. Don't worry about I don't put money in it anymore.
Then how come the metal detector picked it up?
Must be because of the bell, I guess.
Okay. That's odd. This lead's made of plastic.
It says bikini number 1 on the side.
Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge?
No, I've been hunting high and low for that.
It's yours, detective?
The thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. Cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put a dime there now.
How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places?
Oh no, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around in the sled and...
Stop right there. I don't need to hear more. A staff? This is Miss Doosum's staff, isn't it?
Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood.
But the detector's reacting to... Wait a minute. Don't tell me that's...
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it may be metallic.
Isn't that the whole point of a metal detector, to find metal where you can't see it?
It's weird this thing's causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it.
Here, let me take a look at it, I mean.
Hey, hands off. Just have any evidence it's a job for...
I think I might have just found our murder weapon. The top came off.
Look what you done. Now you damaged a really important piece of evidence.
Bingo.
That's a
sword.
inside the staff.
Is this... Could it be?
The murder weapon?
I'd never have guessed there was a sword concealed in the victim's staff.
They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed their own foot.
I officially gave up trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. It's a whole skewer. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall, or courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword?
No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now.
Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it.
And I guess this isn't a murder weapon, huh?
No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely a murder weapon. Great job, pal.
It's about the same length as a Shichishito, too. This must be the murder weapon.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some trace of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight, every case.
Whoop! Wait up, detective.
Huh? What is it, pal?
I'm a pretty busy guy, right now, you know?
You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for it just a while?
Huh? What are you talking about, pal?
Please, just until we find Maya.
Maya? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know. But I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Oh? How so?
Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel.
You don't think...
Maya's been... Please, detective, just wait until we get inside the sacred cavern.
You're looking kind of worried in there. Okay, just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. This is that secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished.
I understand.
It's just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, detective.
Don't worry. She'll be fine.
Gumshoe?
You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal?
Sure. Thanks. A sword hidden inside. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dusnam doing with a staff like this in the first place? Actually, before I go... Nope. Had to make sure. You would already have said something. I want to go back to Edgy, though. Edgy. I need you to talk. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister?
What? Oh, a twin? You can't be serious.
Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin.
There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked.
Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think.
A jeweler?
Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who knows something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. And And that's where everything changes. It doesn't matter that she's dead is the thing. We can still talk to the dead, remember, Edgeworth? What? What? Well, her metallic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Well, it seems like we both got to know each other, or a bit more, by digging into each other's private life, or at least early life. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Dahlia's dead, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. At that time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from the branch family of the Kurine channeling technique. Did you say Kurine channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected to that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called in her. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of a channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim of that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then, you'll see that the Kurine channeling technique is real. Dahlia. Alright. Alright, Dahlia. Let's break your locks. I think for once and for all I can do it. Let's just skip to the part where, after the twin, deny the crime. Someone else saw you there. Is you. Sister Bikini saw you, and then that doesn't add up with you ringing the bell. Bing. And you have a twin. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yeah, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you was here at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground for the Kurine channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, you're half of me who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected, the iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder was Dahlia Hawthorne. But that leaves a question of who channeled her. There is only 3 people I can think of that could channel her. Misty, which I already think is deconfirmed simply because, well, she was the one being stabbed. Pearl, or Maya. And considering who has psych locks right now, I'm worried I might know that answer. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Excuse me?
Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept that I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? It's about the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was at the start of it all. That's what started her down her twisted path.
Yeah.
She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It's no coincidence Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful!
I promised I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was for revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest sister, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain.
That'd be Misty Fay, Maya's mother.
For long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my own twin sister away, leaving our mother and home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, the one my father took as his next wife was Ari had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh.
I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. Oh, hi there.
I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor.
This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock. Alright, Pearl. You're the last thing I gotta do. You're the last thing I've got to figure out, and then we might just be able to have the trial start again. It might... I'm not sure at this point. Wrong place. Why'd I go here?
Wrong place again! Not you! Hey!
Alright, Pearl. Time to talk. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off.
I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. What were you doing on the night of the crime? The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dusnam's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go.
No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Dusnam's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearl? This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
Ah. I think she went to the temple. Oh, shoot. I hit the... Whatever. Come on, Pearl. You went to the inner temple. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well. Quite brave of you considering how cool it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those who channel.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking back, what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the inner temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it that you headed over to the inner temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard that the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. there was so much snow I didn't get there until 10 o'clock.
Until 10? How'd you know that? Oh, what the time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
You heard the lights out bell? How's it heard? Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I wouldn't miss it. That would be terrible.
Just trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why are you so worried about hearing the bell?
Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
where did you...
In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
2. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion of it has been burned, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name in the letter. It's just suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Becky met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you about asked you to channel the spirit of a person you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it is your own mother that asked you, that's why.
How'd you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Rush to meet me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
Is it because... Gravely! You mistook the letter! It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like this.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought... you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. but you misunderstood some of the words, and this evidence proves it.
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dusnam on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Lee, so for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Dusnam taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravy sound like gravy to me. And the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me. It's just a simple thing and I couldn't even do it right.
Morgan Fay. Wouldn't have thought she got tied into all this.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple. With a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw a picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master crying, just like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple, guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it.
Phase had recorded all these confessions with a cakewalk in court.
But then,
Maybe. Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for ours too. It happens.
Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, then I hid the leftover gravy and...
Oh, my goodness. Actually, thank goodness you misunderstood the letter, otherwise you would not have had food. Thank goodness you actually misunderstood it, because you took food with you. Hi, and let off some steam by chucking this gravy on the scroll while you cried.
It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school.
Don't equate me as something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
Oh, I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
I'll get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. I'll come flying through the sky for you. Woo, just like that.
I wonder. There's one thing I can think of. I don't think Pearl's probably lost her touch, but there's only one thing I can think of that might cause us a spirit to not be able to be channeled. which is maybe it's already channeled. But that leaves a very severe other question. Who channeled the spirit? And I have a very bad feeling I know who did, but as to why, I don't know. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
Could have happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit! I literally just said this!
The only person who could have channeled it is Maya. But why would Maya have channeled Dahlia, of all people? It would have had to have meant that somehow maybe Maya had seen the same letter. What is going on? It's the only thing I could think of. Maya's the only one who could have channeled it. Because Misty's dead. Pearl, well, couldn't do it at all. She's already said that. That leaves Maya, and we still haven't even seen her. Maya's the only one who could channel. And, wait, that's even weirder then. That means Pearl was trying this whole morning. Is Maya still channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? We need that door open now. Someone else. What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yeah, it's like dating a girl, Nick. Can't see a hot chick if she's already taken.
Then that would mean our night of the murder. Someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. The only one I can think of is Maya, but why would she have done it, and how would she have known?
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
This letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. I definitely need to find more out about it.
My mother's gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. Last month she told me...
The time we've been waiting has come, Pearls. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
My mother's always so nice to me. I love her very much.
Wait. I just mentioned that Maya might have somehow seen the letter, but actually thinking about it, that makes a lot more... Something actually would make a lot more sense if she did see the letter. At least in my mind. If she saw the letter, then clearly she's older and she'd know the truth behind it and, like, know that it's not good. But... if that's the case, then could there be a reason that she knew to channel Dahlia? Maybe she could think, well, if Morgan wants this person channeled, then clearly it can't be good. You think maybe she could have locked herself in that room on purpose somehow? And maybe somehow channeled Dahlia to make sure Pearls couldn't? Or something along those lines? Like, I don't know. If Pearls had gone through with it and actually been successful in bringing back Dahlia, then I don't like the sounds of that. But she hasn't been able to summon her.
Yeah, Bones will do anything for the kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There's a picture with her letter, too.
Picture? Bingo. This is how both you and potentially Maya, if she ever got her hands on that message, would know. Morgan is very manipulative. Very indeed.
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had opened it already.
That further tells me Maya had to have known then. Maya had to have seen it. Maya must have found it on accident somehow, and just maybe tried thinking about how to, like, break the plan or something. It's the only thing I can think of.
It sure is pretty strange.
Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
Very welcome. Mother is always watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? I knew it. Finally figured it out, have you, Trites? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Kato! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking to Iris in the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because my Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect your Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who could save them. You're the only one. But I didn't know anything about what was going on! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in and of itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
You'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. Seems I was just in time. Alright, Gato. I wonder if this is the final trial. Oh, like, are we no more investigations for the entire trilogy now? Is this it? The finale time? True finale?
Good morning. Oh, are you all by yourself?
Ah, morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry, Pearl, but we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Aya still trying to remove those trick locks in Training Hall?
No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Let me guess. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, hey! Edgeworth! What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Gato? Gato? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. Thank you. Thank you, Von Karma. Francisca, not Manfred. I don't like Manfred. Francisca, cool though.
With the help of the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last lock should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we see some good news soon.
Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Gatto intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes.
You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your code on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Thanks. It's go time, Gatto. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Elise Duznum. No, I mean Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright. Hey, we even got our old judge for this.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Azakura Temple.
Hi! Your Honor? What are you... Yeah, actually, why are you the one doing this?
Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted.
Wait, are you saying the Canadian version judge is your little brother? That's cool. Also, I see we've passed it on to the other judge.
Alright, therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Why are you not Canadian, then? Or are you Canadian, and you just don't, I don't know, have as much of an accent? Whatever. That's cool, though.
My poor brother. He looks a bit pale. Not to mention he's sad that he couldn't be here.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Gatto. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Gatto, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle things. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
Ow.
So then you mean, I get it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendants?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? I have a strange feeling about this.
Very well. Ms. Cole will now hear the defense confession.
I have a strange feeling I know it's this. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession.
If what I think's going on, then Gatto, you have a lot of explaining to do.
That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, this is something you want to confess to.
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit, I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Duznam?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order, Nicole, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in the court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That Gatto. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris cover up for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple was run by one of the branch families of the Kurine tradition. One of our missions to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
That's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurine channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trites.
She's naming Maya!
Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know of the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her.
That's ridiculous! Mike can never do such.
The defense will refrain from commenting until appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. How exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murder.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver the fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It's only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it.
Wait, I might have a trick up my sleeve.
So it was self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal.
You don't make sense, Gatto. Why are you now willing to go after Maya? Right after you were grilling Phoenix about getting her killed. What are you playing at? Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Gatto doesn't make any sense right now. Why is he so weird right now? Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go?
It was in the inner temple's training hall.
A private conversation between two of you doesn't constitute as testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, Miss Witness?
I couldn't tell him the truth at that time. It's like Maya, she's your girlfriend, right?
What are you talking about?
I don't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
You're saying that victim attacked Maya, or I mean Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like it was going to collapse.
What were you doing at this time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's very understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
Where? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Dusnam tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem? Well, why would she stab her with a dagger? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
What? This doesn't... Why? But what about... No, she would not. Use the sword. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Dusnam throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
All you can do with the staff is hit someone.
May I present to you the power? Actually, you wouldn't notice, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. Look at this. I have a weapon now. I own this court now. No. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dusnam really had wanted to kill my Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. How? Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close-quarter combat. Maybe that's why she chose the dagger over a blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Why would she attack her own daughter? Defense will not present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright?
I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dusnam would never attempt to take Maya Faye's life. Elise Dusnam would never have attacked Maya Faye.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dusnam. Her real name was Misty Faye.
Faye?
No. Not Misty Faye.
Who's this Misty Faye? Is she related to...
Misty Faye is the master of Kurine channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye.
Are you serious?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dusnam actually the great Mystic Misty?
Of course. There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there is nothing in the world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is it? One little impossible thing? Huh, you still don't get it.
What are you gonna pull? You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness' confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. This doesn't change the fact of his mother and daughter!
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously. But Honor, do you not know something else?
Now you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where'd you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard of this confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony you've heard has had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of,
I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. I consider that bull, but whatever. Cute girls never lie. Ever.
You're... Dahlia!
Whatever.
in any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. As she dodged Miss Elite's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
This doesn't make any sense. What the heck's going on?
It was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty disappeared. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Miss Wright, your cross-examination that everything is crazy.
None of this is adding up. Why does none of this make sense? Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. Two of them. They were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark when where the two of them were, so...
Wait!
I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
I can't prove it. What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. It was very dark, so I couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as if I escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for a dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike. Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. Dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. At some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You're the one who started!
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost.
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Dusnam. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue your testimony.
Two of them faced each other for a moment, and Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach.
No! What? Add that to your testimony now. What? Alright, tell me the autopsy report's wrong then. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
I don't even think you're Iris. I wonder. According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt sprouted from your testimony.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. What do you... Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting are being mother and daughter. Now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being a bit too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Gatto, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs only one thing to see clearly, and that is lights. Lights. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on the nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it is impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. It could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's it.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact chased away all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite?
Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. I carried it all the way here on my own. Maybe it will kindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Was not lit for the night of the crime. Why is the judge sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern... There's something written on it.
Oh, come on.
That's right. You can't see red, can you? You had trouble seeing the blood.
It's written in blood.
Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. That blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are you all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So he can't see red, it seems.
So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled the message on the stone lantern. Mr. Gatto, anything further? Mr. Gatto?
Okay then. Let's move on.
Gatto's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose.
I believe it has been established now that Miss Duznum was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
I don't think this is Iris. This has to be Dahlia. Something's not just... I don't know. This doesn't feel like Iris to me. It might be, but I don't know.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I tracked it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. That's when I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichi to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. Even so, I never imagined that at least Nuzum was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
Intend to return to Inner Temple after taking care of the body, but
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. If this is Dahlia, then that means it's Maya too. That's the only thing I can think of. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't that your job to, as a judge, to mediate the argument?
It wasn't me. It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was indeed a very special person.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing I would do... I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are all too stupid to catch even a simple code.
There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that would still be cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to the Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that... This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let me hear about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Oh yes, naturally you expect tracks.
Spectre was presented yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow is still falling, huh?
And then when a murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about Miss Wright's?
What confuses me about that picture is there's clearly a set of footprints in it. Why? Why is there just a random set of footprints in the middle of those tracks? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made to add to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
Only make it clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun.
You. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Wrong item. Your Honor, forget everything. You're going senile. I promise. What is it? There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes. The murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Great Revelations. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Let me see what the other thing says. It's about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Gato? What are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall our comments on the subject.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean.
That's right, it was still covered! The snowmobile is in the front of the main gates. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Why are you helping me? Order? Mr. Gatto, why are you pointing out the contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Maybe Suki missed it. Maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What's that all about? Why would Gato want to give me a hint? It's because he was... And then I... There have been a lot of contradictions. Time is all true. The snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why you think the trauma would be a... Son of it. I think I trapped her. The snow had really stopped. That means there's a bigger hole in her story. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Incorrect! 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 By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Snow. Why snow? Why is snow so important? Protect the future master. Remove the body from the inner temple by myself. Why'd you do that? Snow. Alright, so bye. Use snowmobile. Use Shichishito. So we're doing this. See, so this became like murder. Fault. Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. No. Ah, hit the wrong button. Let me see this one more time. Oh, wrong statement. I thought it was... That's right, I think I've trapped her. Snow. the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. Bigger hole in her story. How'd she put on the mobile? How she put on the mobile? I don't know, but I don't know if that's it. Victim staff. No. Something related to snow is what it's saying. The game keeps pointing towards. Tried and true, go. Everything. Is there anything... No, there won't be anything here. This is weird. What in the world? Hold on. Wrong button. I want to have repeat. Snowmobile. Let me hear this whole thing again. Gotta. What's your hint? Now I've got a problem. After the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Let's call her comments. Sarah, The snowmobile was there in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions. Let's say I like things neat. Super Key missed it. Maybe she didn't see it. Even though I don't think it's decisive enough to warrant any more time and effort, it's just, you better be careful. Small cookie should have... Wrong button.
I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Let me look at something. What did I just present? I don't even know what I just presented. Is it... Throw everything! We will find this out one way or another. Random bull! Go! Ah! It'd just be faster to load this. You will answer me. Huh? Man, I am really dropping the ball right now, aren't I? Oh, for the love of Pete! Snow. Why is snow being... They keep bright and... Snow, snow, snow. How'd you take it across the bridge? I don't know how to answer that in evidence form. That's the problem. What doesn't make sense... Here's the thing that I don't understand, that isn't making any sense. That I want to know how to actually, like, write down, which is that... Wouldn't there still be, like... If you had to drag it through the snow... Then... Dusky Bridge? Huh? No. No, they kept messing around saying it was dusty, but that's not what it actually is called. The snow stopped the murder when what covered up those tracks. The problem is which tracks and like which thing am I showing? I'm probably overlooking this immensely, but... I'm gonna look. I have to look this up at this point. This is getting... One, two. Oh, whatever. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? I can't.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge edge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have something to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you.
old man. Pete, how dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dusnam was discovered in Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, had none since the bikini. The witness Irish desecrating Elise Dusnam's body. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at that night. So my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Ask you some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
it seems that events cannot offer a suitable explanation.
You see? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? I heard them walking over the bridge. There's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying there's a way across a burning bridge?
I am very concerned where this is all headed. So it was just a misunderstanding. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning of the incident. It certainly was burning crisp.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Could the fall have been from here? She might have tried jumping, and if it is Dahlia, then she would know that she could survive a drop like that.
It was certainly burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Try it. I'm only gonna say this one time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot errors of our own.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? Dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
If there was a way, I don't think...
Get me out of this dialogue, holy crap! Larry, you might just come in clutch. Let's bring Larry's body into this. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I won't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did happen to see it.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chain out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Doosnum's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Doosnum. Brilliant? Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think we've all seen the sketch before. It's the exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? That's right. Are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your arguments?
Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes. I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're gonna try and turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with a sketch? Upside down? Why did I gotta say that? When Larry woke up, he was upside down. The cables are underneath the bridge. This picture is upside down, isn't it? This isn't a picture of it flying, of the body flying. This is a picture of the body falling into water.
Alright then, let's hear the defense theory. What is that here's the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think over. Technically speaking, it is what happened, but it's just incorrect. I mean, it's exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see in the squish. Weep! Weep! And I go back in time. Weep! Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Larry Doosnum stated it over and over that the victim he saw was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. It's like a back to finger pointing finger pointing thing again.
What exactly contradicts reality? I mean, is it not? Or is it the wire? Is this wire connected to the bridge?
The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed. Then show us reality it supposedly contradicts. Question, did I get that other photo? Correct. Look at this.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now, let's compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are
below the guard wires.
Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, is it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Clarice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? For what reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Clarice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder, what sort of position Clarice must have been in at the time? He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I don't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
No way.
Clarice Dusnam witnessed this event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Clarice Dusnam's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. A body falling into the water. A victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum.
Order, order, order!
Objection.
Of all the things to say,
A pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about up that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. That's right. If you look at the sketch, where's one of the ropes? Right here. And here.
What?
I'm saying that was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? What do you think, Mr. Gatto?
Wait, that wasn't it! What do you mean? Oh, just the actual Dusky Bridge photo.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dusnam's body.
Who up? Who up?
That is lucky throw, because there was simply no other way to move the body. Fear drinking.
Mr. Gatto. Seems like Mr. Gatto is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that's not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Now you're done. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Now I see why. Before I provide my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body's movements by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here... it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this. Autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dusnum's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere is found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found...
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provide... Mr. Wright, did you just get hit by a cup of coffee? Because that's what it sounded like. Anyways, you have provided us with a... Wait, the body could have been moved that night? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
I'm in pain!
Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Gatto? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Shrek. But you forgot about the one thing. Oh, what would that be? The aroma.
Huh? Give me a smell test. No.
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Gatto is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. No, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Well, they've already explained everything for us, haven't they? Can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're surprised. The only way to transport the body by Dusky Bridge from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could manage it.
Objection!
Trite, were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Gatto? This witness was also seen as Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed, almost as if on the night the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it first? Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's no effect that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about Pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Are you serious? Try it. You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know I have been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah.
I don't mind. Oh, it's mine. No.
But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What?
For once, I can agree with you, Gato.
Order, order, order!
Wait a minute. How can you... She's already dead. What kind of...
You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurine channeling technique flows within that body.
The Kurine channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne yourself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was.
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens.
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It was all written here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay, and part of this plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them?
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trice? This whole channeling spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true. You found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, after Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the iris that received the body was the real iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura's temple's main hall. They found Iris in the room and already arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Hey, thanks. Switched places? Hey, thanks, Gato. To be perfectly honest, there are still a few things I don't quite understand, but I do know that unless we can confirm the witness's identity, we cannot continue with the trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. But Mr. Wright, since the time she arrived, she was arrested at Hazakura Temple. Has there been any chance for Iris to have switched places? There has. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Explain this. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would have given a murder suspect time to move around freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to, it wasn't your fault. The person who gave... Sorry, Edgeworth. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a very large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake! Inner temple. How could I? She fled! She escaped!
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider this... Be quiet. True colors, here we go. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice... Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name, not profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Next spot. Now it's time to take on Dahlia. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness... Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I've seen, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. Here we go. Dahlia. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install our own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
What is happening? Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gardo is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya. Could it be true? I don't even see anything wrong with this one, admittedly. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was saying. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Faye?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Faye the master of crime? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Faye, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for two of us.
You and your twin sister, right, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with her father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Wow, you're just kind of a jerk, aren't you? You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father was absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Faye. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Faye heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For a bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that! She adores Maya! How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She's willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya! Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing of any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Why is the only two nice people out of this are Pearl and Iris, seemingly? She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think that it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in the case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why would you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place?
She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
What do you mean it succeeded? You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. My Faye's dead. Now the title master will be passed on to Pearl.
That's actually a lie. That's absurd. Maya's just... she's trapped. Trapped inside that sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know what the truth is? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Faye's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point. No value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why did you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, but being the kind, gentle soul you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? It's this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. I wonder... Mia! Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
You want to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she had made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died.
Yeah. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out that woman's plans.
Just for that. For that, you would kill Maya. Your goal is no different from that of Morgan Fey's. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. At night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned up my hair, put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was at least Uznum who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
Heck, it was easier to handle than I'd hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
No chance. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya.
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? Wait. Hold on. Okay. At that last minute, my Faye must have been stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Why wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork? Anyway, I suddenly lost con. Just before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the very end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't actually have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by... I have a strange feeling. So it's true. I can definitely believe that it was Elise that summoned and Dahlia first. Why? I don't know. But what I do know, Maya, this is absolutely Maya channeling Dahlia. But this leads to the question of who actually killed Elise. It couldn't have obviously Elise not... Obviously Dahlia couldn't kill someone if not both. Maya, no, obviously. And obviously I don't think Pearl, obviously. Although, there is something... Sacred cave surrounded by darkness.
You're in the sacred cave.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Someone had been trapped in there.
But how'd you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know where my Faye was dead or not. And I swore I wouldn't return to the Iron World until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I want to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could have been Maya.
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spawned me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge has been fixed and the police started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Iris.
The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
So she's the one that's locked up in there.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that summoned me, I assumed that it was Pearl Faye.
Well, of course, you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was... Misty Faye, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After all, after I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own 2 hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Oh, Nicole, what is the meaning of this?
It's true, I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous, that's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean?
What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Got him! Got him! Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Whoops. Got her here. Okay, thanks. What was it? Something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Oh, this is getting... It's too...
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
What about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern.
Oh, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No, no. Seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dusnum is also known as Misty Fey. Was her own daughter Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into her death and into the raging waters of Eagle River.
It can't be.
Huh? Got her. Try it. Have you heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Gatto? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
But there's a ledge! That's right, that's where she jumped from. But there's a ledge, her body would be clearly visible.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Gato!
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think the whole thing through again.
So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River.
Well, Mr. Rice?
Very impossible.
Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Bingo! It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Take a look at this overhead map. That's not even the thing I showed, but sure, thank you. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In our words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in the photo.
Gato, thank you. So you finally figured it out.
No!
You never got your chance to kill, dude. Oh, now, just like you'd hope.
You're just playing with me. My space body is over at the bottom of Eagle River. There's no one else you could have been hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. My Fae wasn't inside the sacred cavern. Now we know that she couldn't throw herself into Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely impossibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is the one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff.
So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? She's in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What?
My face here. You say she's here in my courtroom.
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see? So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious.
It's Pearl Faye. Apathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
Could happen someone else was already channeling him. Someone called me before Pearl did. Who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand attention.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling right now, must be Maya Faye.
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
Protect herself? From me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was now closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean... That's when she channeled me.
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No. No.
Don't say that! You're saying that
Dahlia Hawthorne was played for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out of the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who would have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well? Me, of course.
Mia! Mia Fey.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I stabbed by Mia Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that. I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done that, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Pearls. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. All she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hawthorne, your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add up to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped, you went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne. The truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you would wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you the whole time.
Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. monster. Supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you hadn't gotten the spiky-haired jerk to the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's sadly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can't win, who can never win anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. Can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of my body right now!
I'm not ready. Not ready to go.
Nexus?
Can someone help her?
Knew she was a demon? Absolutely a demon. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gatto, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Mr. Fay wasn't the only victim of this crime. My Fay, as well as the young Pearl, were also victims of this wicked and selfish pain.
Hey, Citrama, I thought it was a lawyer game. What time to join? Yeah, it is a lawyer game, but there's a lot more supernatural elements to it as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor,
Yes? What is it?
about this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concentrated effort to study up on the crying channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years at the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. And in order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of the Iris of Hayazakura Temple.
Objection!
More coffee! You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Gatto?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, man. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Stabbed in the back.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Duznam. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call a final witness. Final witness? The only one who would clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then, who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't just testify after what she's just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Here, try it. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defense box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault you were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
And Terry. That was the case that wounded Mia so bad.
just didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dusenham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around the 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to Inner Temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and head for the Inner Temple. But
The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
exactly.
You can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so that she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elisa had always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Ichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant?
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. What's to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Hey, Mia. Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dusenham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still.
I think that
just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In our words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge.
Meaning, we wouldn't have seen them until later.
That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Okay. I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did I see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
Was it bikini?
Oh, no. There's no way it's bikini because she was on the other side. It would have to be someone who was stuck for an entire day. Or whatever. We would not have seen that person until the bridge was repaired. Bingo, let's do it. And judge, I guess.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we have performed earlier.
Test?
Yes, test on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about that.
That's the weapon that my Faye used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Well, that proves for a fact that it's not the murder weapon, then. Otherwise, because the murder weapon obviously has the blood on it, so... And we know the murder weapon actually already.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well, please bring in the last witness.
The final witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Faye. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Cole offices.
Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Crane Channing technique.
I'm frightened. The Faye clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Well then, very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dusnam's murder. Is this correct?
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
yes, Your Honor.
At the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me.
Warm? 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 Warm?
That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine a criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, Hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Alright. Let me hear more on this. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How did you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Sorry, Maya. Come on, Maya. This isn't making any sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that had been channeled by Miss Elise Dusna, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck?
What happened afterwards? Wrong button.
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I wasn't in a state of panic. I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 =...
Maya!
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
Maya, that's not odd at all. You're actually understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
1 + 1 = 2.
You think you screamed? But you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was just scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I will have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like the poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do?
Gotta remember, 1 + 1 = 2.
What's your last hope? Wait a minute, Maya. What is this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean my last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do when that's like what you do, what do you call it when it happens?
Mine's not doing so well up here.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help from.
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? behind the attacker, there was another person.
I meant to keep that part secret.
Why?
What have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up and try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. This is incredibly loaded, but let's just start with the obvious, but this was never lit. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dusenham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
Killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There's no light anywhere in the garden at night.
No!
Mr. Gatto, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trice. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What'd you just say?
If there's truly no light in the garden, then there was a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick?
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult, or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In our words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye really saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Try. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Gatto. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. I see you might have recognized it.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trice. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, so Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Amos Faye saw in the darkness?
It's go time, coffee boy. Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions on that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
What? This is... But it can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gardo, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lines?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Miss Wright, what the...
Sorry, stop shattering, Your Honor.
Shattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
The killer.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work all alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize, it's as Mr. Gatto said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with the cross-examination.
There's some BS.
We'll pull it. Pull it out.
So you lost consciousness when you were...
Oh, crap. I just noticed the bit rate. Wait, is the bit rate okay? Hold on. Hold on. Bit rate, why? Why? Why is the bitrate suddenly flickering like this? Oh, what in the heck's going on? Sorry, let me look at this. Of course, right as we get to the big old climax of things, and then everything started going weird. From 5,000 to 2,000 to 4,000 back to 5,000. Then we go to orange into 5,000, but then it goes to 8,000. And then I once had to go to 30,000, but that was a different time and place. And I don't know what's going on anymore. And the numbers mean something, and I don't know what they mean. Hi.
on, just stabilize.
No, don't go to 300.
There's not really anything I can do. I don't know what to do about it. Why is it doing that? My internet should be fine. Go down in base. It's just, well, basically it's just making sure the stream's actually playing out properly, but it looks like it's sort of not. I don't know, man. Man. I kind of just have to... Ah, and it just died. Wait. I don't even know at this point. It's basically saying how well it's like, streaming or something. I can't really control at this point, unfortunately.
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the temple? Inner temple?
It can only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya to the inner temple. Seems to be fine on stream. Then maybe the display is freaking out. Well, worst comes to worst, this will at least have, the VOD should be fine, I'm pretty sure. Like on YouTube, so... Worst comes to worst, that should be okay. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer just really wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to get her some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit.
Yeah, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. There's only one thing... There's only one who would gain anything from that. The only one who would gain anything from that would be... the only person that was at the Inner Temple, Maya.
Oh well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
All the snow had... So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed. Because this killer... Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
There's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed into the snow? Oh, yeah. You would get rid of the snow that has the blood on it. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on, okay.
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
but I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yeah.
But earlier you said you very clearly... Earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide.
Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that seems an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, they cleaned all the... except the thing that would that would incriminate you the most. Your name. The body of Elise Duznum was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that this was all done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's one matter that it seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Objection! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Didn't you just prove it for us a while ago? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. My man can't see red. Why did the killer leave the message written in the blood? He didn't notice it. Prosecutor Gatto, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. But who would that be? Who's this person who could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Gatto. Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Gatto? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern... there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. Huh? Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Gatto, just a minute. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This apron is the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. It somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Gatto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red handwriting on the wall? On the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? There's a reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Gatto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dusnam, known also as Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like my name is that's written on there. It doesn't matter your name's on it. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Objection! Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Gatto?
Maya! Wait just a minute.
Maya! What is it, witness?
Mr. Gatto isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
What do you mean? I may not look at it.
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? Yes. We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. Do you plan to cover for Gatto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, right? Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple. Are you gonna pin this on Pearl? Pearlie was also well, actually, you've already said it's a man. It can't be. Side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Gatto arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her up, right up.
Who's this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a little while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Gatto, let's just move on with the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. Pearl was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls just became very worried about Maya.
Very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dusenham. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night. She couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, we know that she at least had one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who's busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her. So she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Gatto?
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible in his testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Gatto? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something, Trite?
In any case, I have to find crack in Gatto's armor. Well, I cross-examined Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, correct?
Hey, Mr. Gatto.
He cheered her up.
That's
what Pearlie said. She said he was a very very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Gatto.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't many places to look at on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with a fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation of my own way. Gatto style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Let me see if I can find a way of making Gatto slip. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trites. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lampstand.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speaking for yourself, Oggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Missy Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So there you head to the prep room.
Wait a second. What did Gatto just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weakness. There's only one thing of importance here. I don't know. Can I do this? No. It's first time in your temple, Gatto. Crazy Mountain. It's just like I thought. Gatto is lying. If his first visit to the Inner Temple really was after the incident, he shouldn't know about that piece of evidence.
Well, please go on.
Mr. Gatto.
Let me see something real quick. What's the other dialogue here? Cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up.
When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked was about her cousin, Maya Faye.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. You know she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie.
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup.
Why did you give that child coffee?
With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story.
Yes, thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Gatto, how do you know about this? Mr. Gatto, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. What, the hanging scroll in the training hall?
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gatto's right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's a wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? Why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gatto, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. At the top, there's a crest there.
Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
You could guess that a picture was Misty Faye on it.
True, but Mr. Gado described what was unearthed like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of a robe of Western taste.
oh,
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gado, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. What now?
Can I ask you for just one little thing, Trites?
What is it?
The whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Gado knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you just say?
Absolutely. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plans for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed.
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls even ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was going to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Gado couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center.
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Gado.
Order, order, order! Mr. Gado, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you? You were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder.
Let's see. How you weaseling? Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does this mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all this just to protect that witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I'm what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue damsels in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering the killer wanted to protect his witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gado? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gado. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trey. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Mia Fey's life's so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, your honor. All of this was related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith into her clients. That pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Watch it on YouTube. Yeah, it's in the YouTube channel, thankfully.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia was dead. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything that I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked her out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
You mean me?
You're the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when Karine Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Be great friends from Bav, the circus case. Yeah, I forgot about that. Whatever her plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan, and I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have let it helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially need the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how'd you contact my mother?
She had been missing for almost 20 years.
She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the master of the Karine had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. The staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure that she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
she was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Karine, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple. Just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Gatto. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you too, Mr. Gatto.
Well, Trite, if you're real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gatto. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick,
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Fairy, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're ready. You're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
The final testimony.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out. The whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a whole scream. Right after that, Dolly collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Brother Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
There's one thing I need to hear that I can think of at the moment. The killer she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in their one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
Actually wants me to. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure if they were from Mr. Gatto's mask or not.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Gatto's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright, then let's go on with the testimony. What did you see? What did you do when you saw the red lights?
That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
They went out.
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Gatto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight,
Maybe the mask was damaged.
maybe it was knocked off.
Maybe the batteries ran out. Right?
Why are you throwing...
Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense.
No. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she gave she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as a weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she even use to strike back?
The knife. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right, I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree.
Yes, detective found this that morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
That can't be.
In any case, there's not one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In the event, it seems we have established that the killer was wounded. Alright then,
Wait a minute.
what's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you say it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Gatto really had been cut with the dagger, his clothes would have been bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple.
Mr. Gatto was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed murder. That way he wouldn't get blood on him.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late nights.
Yeah.
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I know you weren't enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia were here?
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Rex? You accuse Mr. Gatto of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it.
That's good. The fight is the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your points, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Gatto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? Simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Let's see what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. Is the stream unstable?
Hold on a sec.
No, it's fine. Never mind, sorry.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, then there should have been blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The battle stopped, Trite. Let's see what you've got. Where's this location where you would say the killer hid his wound? I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Just now. I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Gatto.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew that was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for my sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me just must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing right there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like dancing. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at the time. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was an arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. That stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Gatto. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Oh. Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
Do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
God's coolest, absolutely.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in and of itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained to me very carefully. I knew the risks and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything that you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Hi.
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Wait.
Huh?
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister? You only met twice. It was you the entire time? Huh? We only met twice! The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during the whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she always was ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me.
I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
And thus that whole incident occurred.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. And she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Well, how many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Hey, you actually said my name. Hey, I got coffee. Yeah, I think you're right. It definitely tastes better when it's not hurled at you at Mach 5.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dusnam. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty. Yay. Wait, no confetti? Why not? I thought there was supposed to be confetti.
I got cheated out of my confetti. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Hi, Pearl. Pearlia.
Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day, you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick,
Maya.
guess just like my sis said.
Mia? What'd she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick.
Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Ah! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright.
Edgeworth!
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Sir Edgeworth, when'd you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one's filled her in on that. Edwards and Francisco have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
Don't ask this question.
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca.
I don't suppose.
No! There's room in here, group hug for me, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized some when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true. Right, Nick?
Actually, technically speaking, She's right. What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good.
No. Oh, yeah! Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, G?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too?
Don't ask. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
Son, you'll do it? Make you promise? You're going to model for my app.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at.
To be fair, thinking about it now, throughout the trilogy, he actually has been rather decent at that. He's actually been kind of good at art. I mean, thinking back, in the first case, he made the Thinker statue thing. Like, that was pretty well made, honestly, the whole Thinker statue thing. So, you could honestly just keep your art stuff. You're not terrible at it.
Painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristic... I can't speak today. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened? Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. Yeah. Pearl as well. Even if Pearl probably would still love her just knowing that it's Misty Faye. But another thing is that at the beginning of the whole episode, Pearl saw her as her favorite book author thing, like illustrator person. So of course it's gonna hit her hard as well. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edward. I think I'm starting to understand too. And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being strong for? The little baby. Pearl Faye. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, and that's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya was putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again.
Alright, so this is where y'all were. Well, looks like we got quite a bunch today. What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, this is that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me.
You don't have a salary to pay with, Detective.
The salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. Make reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Yeah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it, we're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey! Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still not looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one had heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
None of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it?
well, could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick,
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah. We're the...
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
where'd she look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone. Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this was an important place. After all, it's where the whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back so soon.
Hey!
Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Hey, and you fixed up the whole Misty Fae thing.
Pearly's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging troll.
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why'd you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. I swore I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Maya's mother...
That's what you came here? That's why you came here?
The least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I need them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me till the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? It's never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's Master Talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Mother...
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. Who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. History repeats itself, it seems. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. So Pearl wasn't actually the first person to break that vase. It was Maya. And Mia, a younger version of Mia, helped repair it. While a younger version of Maya broke it. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. And Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie.
Ami vase always getting abused and knocked over. It really is, isn't it?
You can come back and we're training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know I won't go easy on you just cause you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare a reservation for 3 of you when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast tonight, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. I love this part. Can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Ay. Why does Phoenix have to pay for everything and deal with everything? Well then. Oh.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Kurine Village and office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. And I have to be a good big sister with Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
How often... Maybe you should take a break from being with Phoenix so that you don't get into another bad position.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary X special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Hey. Pearl is going to get someone in serious... Oh, hey!
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. Never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Yeah, I guess a dirty, shabby overcoat is more detective-like.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
What? Well then, alright, who's next?
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurine's exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said I must show you what I've learned. No.
Back off. Cease. Odyssey and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut it up, please.
Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Yeah? I don't know if that's strictly okay.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed up with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
You scare me. I'm not. I will send you back the $500,000 because I am terrified? Question mark?
I'm just an old and in the way. A wrinkly old grumbly old clown knows flesh to flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids about have a birthday party for me the other day. I'm embarrassed and 69 years old and I cry like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Well, at least you feel wanted, I guess.
Good for you. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along with him. His name is Adam Madam. Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would line perfectly.
That company's interesting. Alright, let's see, who's next?
My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do with it. I think the magazines just like us just because I provide such a nice visual, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait for ours to come back.
Oh, yeah. Special thanks. Who else has got to talk? Oh, no. No one else? Alright. Maybe... Oh, hey!
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It's so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but... I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Listen, I think Pearl is just forever going to abuse me to some degree, so... Well, anyways, like I was saying... But yeah, I guess while this section's going on, as for what I'll do next, so tomorrow I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, simply because, well, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 comes out tomorrow, and if I'm being honest, I'm probably going to be doing nothing but playing that game. Heck, I might stay up till midnight to actually play the game myself, but point is, he's new Girl Spring. As for what game will be next, Admittedly, with playing all these Ace Attorney games, there has been another game, or rather 2 specific games, a duology, and it is also Phoenix Wright related, but it's not with Phoenix Wright. The Great Ace Attorney... Oh, wait. No!
That's this. I'm back from a long, tiring vacation. No one here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy room is supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I bought for everyone else? If I bring the edgy poo, I know exactly I can't set these array for struggle and heart. Oh, well, I will never find someone who treats me right.
But the game that I'm thinking of specifically playing is The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. What? I finally found something I love to do. Francis Whippity Whip Trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. Not a loser after all. Well, I'm glad you found your purpose, Larry. But, anyways, like I was saying, Oh, is this actually Larry's art? That's actually really good for Larry. Aw. Wait. Oh, if that's Larry's sketch, then thank you, Larry.
Of course, at the very end of the trilogy, you do probably the nicest thing. Capcom. But yeah, I am kind of in that Ace Attorney mood, so I might actually go to play the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles afterwards. If you don't know what the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles are, then I just know that they're probably my favorite from before. And they do, it's not with Phoenix Wright. It takes place in the past, far, far in the past, like, and you're playing as an ancestor to Phoenix Wright. So yeah, we'll do that after tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to be doing nothing but playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Again, I'll probably stream Xenoblade Chronicles 3 at some point, just my first playthrough is going to be special to me, I think, and I'm going to want to probably play through it on my own, so until then, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all have a great day, and I will see you all later when I do the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And yeah. Peace.